Hello, hey Seaweed! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Doing good. How are you? I'm doing great. I they that I keep up the news for Uma Musume, right? And they just revealed a new Bakushin, Sakura Bakushino outfit, and she looks so cool. Her ulti is also aura farming. I love it so much. And so yeah, my day started off with something great. Women in crisp suits and hair down does something for me. Alright. Enough about that. It's time to start the game. So when we last left off, we've deduced a lot of things. I'm not gonna go get into explaining all of them. We'll just get my stuff realized when during the game. So I saved it. I saved the whole stream for the trial because I know it's gonna take a little longer, and I don't want to play with a time crunch. Are you still in a different country? I'm still in the States. If that's what you're asking. Oh yes, I am still in Kurain. Sorry, I had. I was like, yes, no, yes, yeah, no, yeah, we're still in Kurain, the Kingdom of Kurain. Out of my face. Excuse you. Seaweed, you're on my face. All right. All right, the High Court of Kurain. Am I not allowed to be on your face? You gotta pay for that. Holy shit, the rebellion went through the courts. Holy shit, the whole rebellion is still fighting the police. What the fuck? It's complete chaos outside. Yeah, it is. Let's just say the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Crowds here are pretty much like the ones back at home, but with one major difference: the divination seance. The victim's final memories will become matter for deliberation. I've heard about that. They haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but I have one more big secret. Following court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you. I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you, because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Ah, Dirk, it's so sad that you're dead. What is the secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Let's go, the Founder's Orb right there. Wait, Weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, AJ, if Dirk's found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty under the DCA too. Yeah, Nayuta said something to that effect. That which Garen wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and for every Kurainese person rests on this trial. We're counting on you, AJ. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. The High Court of Kurain. Court is now in session. All rise. Let the trial of Dirk Sadmati begin. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. Does really come down to this? Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nayuta. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigatar Kurain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Sadmati? Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. Oh wait, hold on. I need to do something real quick. I'm gonna hit autoplay so that the game continues. But I need to do something real quick on my phone, and that is cash in check. So give me a second. Let me cash it in. That you're the son of the accused, Sir Dirk Sadmati. Father being prosecuted by his own son. Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question.
Objection!
Dirk? Okay, sorry. Now I'm back. Fellas. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nayuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters, just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. I thought he's dead. Oh no, he's dead! I just think, Nana, who is actually Amara, is spirit channeling him. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sadmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberation.
Objection!
What? Huh? One more moment, if you would. Your Eminence? Your Eminence, what brings you here? She's on the prosecutor's stand. Your Majesty. It would appear that Prosecutor Sadmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me, Nayuta Sadmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hollow funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it's clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown Dirk Sadmati personally, but remain by our side and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me! But is the queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, kosher? There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this, the prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Queen Garan Sigatar Kurain. First Your Majesty, and now this? Why doesn't anyone tell me these things? Heard she served as a Minister of Justice, but she was also prosecutor? Making me mad she keeps using we. It's Royal people do that. Think nothing more of it. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Okay, but the thing is, it's been 23 years. Are you sure you're not rusty? Or she's just two people in a long outfit. What the fuck?! I turned away 1 second! I don't think she's two people in a long outfit. See, what the? That's Queen Garan? Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now, the feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, O enemies of Khura'in, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into the hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. Her nails are fucking long, while you still have a head with which to think, that is. Now it's time for the divination seance. Rayfa, come forth. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Okay. Are you physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. Today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Did she get spanked? We must speak with the child. It is the mother's duty to discipline her child after all. Now, if you would excuse this. Wait. Garan didn't do something to her, did she? The prosecutor yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Sadmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rayfa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sadmati. That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with the bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sadmati, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination seance? Shall we have her benevolence to return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fool, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Huh? What a bitch! Listen well, Rayfa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown-up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if the Royal Priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination seance as you should? Yes. That's better. See? Problem solved. Poor Rayfa. I mean, we have to. Let us begin the divination seance. Nana, right my robe. Oh, Nana's still missing. Because Nana is... Barbhead? My robe, please. You... What? Why me? Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great. She's grooming Mr. Right to be Nana's replacement. Reverse grooming. XD. When I don't want to do anything with her, she's the one who forces us to stick by her side. Can we skip this part, please?
Oh, Holy Mother, we hold
It's the
this
last trial.
divination seance in your name.
Then I'll just
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Didn't it get tainted? Didn't rebels just stomp through the pool of souls? You know what? Since it's the first divination, I'm sure that we're gonna have multiple divination seances. We'll do one divination seance here. We'll let it go through. It would be nice if we also do therapy, right? Pull out all the stops. You know what I mean? All the stops. The divination seance, we do a spirit, we work on the psych locks, we work on the wristband, we work with the therapy, just everything. That'd be cool. Uh, oh, is she okay? Bro. Holy shit, she's fainting! And she looks like she's actually fainting for real. Not a dramatic fainting, but she's actually fainted. This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Is she okay? Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the disease was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she says she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year ever. I mean, of course, Rafa's going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. Seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty? Oh yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness, if you would. Who's our first witness? Is it gonna be Dirk himself? Hell yeah. Is this not the accused? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For true justice is more than the unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. Huh? Yeah, that seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? Should have known there was a catch. Your court, your rules, same as it always was, I see, Garan. Now then, Dirk Sadmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in. That's your testimony? For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon, and since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Sadmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold, this is the most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Hey, Kano. Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm late. We just started. You're not late at all. Yeah, we just started the pre-trial explanations. What you did miss was you were taking a nap. You know what? Fair enough. Naps are important. So the only thing you missed was Rafa passing out. Actually passing out instead of just being a dramatic sop. Bottle water so I can inhale some when I redeem it too.
I accidentally swallowed some water.
Thanks for the hydrate redeem. We're stuck by the sudden dizziness. Was it because of his illness? Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say it has. Maybe age is catching up with me. I'm no spring chicken after all. One befitting an insidious insurgent. Oh. A killer who does not recall his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence through excuses and subterfuge, do you not?
Objection!
Don't make me laugh, your malevolence. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I would decry as foolish. You deceitful witch. Is it your wish that I should claim your head right now, in this very hall? Well, that would certainly speed things along.
Hold it!
Why don't you let me handle it from here? If there's anything you need to say, you can say it through me, okay? You better have some proof to go with it, Dirk. We'll continue what he does recall of the crime. Okay, I'm actually glad I pressed on that. That was actually pretty funny. Next thing I knew, you had a bloody knife in your hand. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? I wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tombstone? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it? We searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. There you have it. Are you sure? Furthermore, my guards and the entire tomb surrounded. There's no way for anyone to escape. No one got in or out without our knowledge. Their eminence on-site directives were absolutely flawless.
Urdi Harakara!
You see now, the presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. Okay, here's what I think. Dirk is already dead. But Dirk is inside Amara's tomb. Amara never died. Amara is currently channeling Dirk. That's what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Let's keep pressing. Yeah, we'll keep pressing. Probably non-existent.
Objection!
I have a luminol test here that says otherwise. Your Eminence, I'm afraid the trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped up by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's a big question, isn't it? Who wiped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must have been someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. I guess. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga, and since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is no fact.
Objection!
Actually, there is a place to hide. Means there must have been someone hiding there. Where was the third party hiding? No one would dare to look. Where could the third party have been hidden?
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard, and that would be inside Queen Namara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one will find you if you hid in there. I'm told that is temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within, but if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege! Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed, they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines. Well now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. The defense requests DNA tests on the bloodstain. And then we will see just who the real killer is.
Such insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? The trial's not even over. I already tested, probably. How soon you forget you're already on the headsman's scaffold. My foot's falling asleep. As such, I could order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There's no need to request such a test. I've already done it. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Dirk Sadmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much blood? Did he wipe up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Ah, shoot, you got me. It was Dirk's blood? Pay attention, Horned Devil, for this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? Did you not make that claim of your own volition defense? Yes, I did. Aww. Do you see now the folly of opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime is beyond the realm of possibility. Hito Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Okay, but we know that, what if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. Have you opened the cart? We have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Sadmati, the one who proclaimed the bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. Why Gorano allowed us to cross-examine Dirk by establishing his guilt in Inga's murder. She's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. Now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Huh? Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Sadmati. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your eminence, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You aren't but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of the law. Okay, consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Khura'in, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. What? What?
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to rebut. I know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if it's not true? Like if our assumptions are all wrong? Well, don't keep us waiting. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there's another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? Before Dirk entered the tomb. Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead? Of course, I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means... you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. Does it? Very well, I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Oh no. Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? I hope you're feeling better, kiddo. Must I perform this divination seance? How can my testimony be of any value? What? Can I ask you something? I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Minamara and about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people, so I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. See. Be that as it may, your benevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today, so there is no need to let it trouble you. But I know. Garan told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I'm ready to testify. Oh. Your testimony, please. What Rafa witnessed. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from the second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at around 2:30. Your second floor veranda. Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So, wait, hold on. What's the autopsy report? Approximately 3 p.m. Damn it. So I can't use the autopsy report. No one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer, cease this charade and bow before me, for I, Queen Garad, shall finally have your head. Let us allow the defense to question the witness. Thank you, Judge. Your Majesty. Okay, what did you witness? Day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m.
Hold it!
Let me think. There was one unusual thing. What? A shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not, perhaps he had a bad dream. Yeah, whoever wishes to hasten the journey to Twilight Realm. No, that was rude of me. Wait, he tried to overthrow you! Dashing out of his room, face pale.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? No longer. See anyone else? Just my father. What should I do? Let's press softly, I guess. Must have been really terrible for you, but I want to let you know I know how you feel. Presume too much. Times like these, you need something to take your minds off things. How about we go on a... Oh. I need no sympathy from you. Apollo, yeah, to take more aggressive... Okay, we'll have to do a more aggressive approach. We'll press harshly.
Hold it!
Your benevolence there. Let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? I've been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yeah, I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I saw them then. Ugh. So if you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony.
Hold it!
Royal residence always so empty. Naturally, it's where royal family lives, and we are few in number. Besides Nana and the little birds who visit, I have no one else to talk to. So Nana wasn't around at all yesterday. Seems she was quite busy. I was all alone the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately. I shall buy you a new servant. I don't want you to buy me a servant like some sort of pet. I want Nana. Okay. It was when I saw him heading for the tomb. Since about 2, but father was the only one I saw. I'm here. What did I miss? I'll drink a bottle pop in one sitting, you right? Yeah, that's what I do. You didn't miss much. Rafa fainted. Dirk gave a shitty testimony, and that's all.
Objection!
Oh, there it is. -2 liters. Okay, never mind. I don't know about one. I mean, okay. Explain to me about like one sitting. Do you mean like you drank the whole thing at like while here? Like let me say you're sitting down. You drink it. You drink it all within the course of a day or in about 20 minutes. That's what I do if I'm really parched for Dr. Pepper. Sometimes. But yeah, no. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes. You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here you might find Interesting. Can I get a what? Hey! Congrats on a 3-stream streak. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah, that's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh no! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana, and I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, your eminence? As I requested she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
It is totally relevant. You don't get to decide.
Insolence!
You don't get to decide such insolence. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant into the case at hand. Okay, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah, your benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there? Yes. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nana was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. No, I seriously doubt that, buddy. How can Nana simply disappear while Rafa wasn't looking? Rafa must know something. The question is, what? Why do you suppose Nana disappeared? Even an educated guess would help. For example, maybe she got fed up with you acting like a spoiled child, or, you know, something like that. Such impudence. Nana would not leave me merely for acting spoiled. You're not even gonna deny your behavior? Okay, so that's not... do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Nana has something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Rafa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. That would mean... First my father, and now Nana? These were the people I trusted the most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb, that much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nana hat was stolen, that crazed cur spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Rafa? Yes it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Nana's hat, it tripped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water, and if she truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints were to be found belonged to my husband Inga. Huh? Then... That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some footprints in there. Damn, okay. Now, do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Did Nana not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Oh. The defense, please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream. Scream because he saw a ghost. No, that doesn't count. Go. I don't think that is it. Okay, I personally understand what happened. I get. We gotta baby steps into it. Maybe he was attacked by Nana, this would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime.
Objection!
Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tube. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility exists. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I say there is a possibility. Right from watching the courtyard. Yeah, you suggest that someone could have transported the body. I have a point there. Okay, but the thing is, right? Around 2 p.m. of the channeling right. Say, there's no way the body was moved. Inga died in the tomb. Dad and where he died were two completely different locations. Let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nana in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. On one hand, on the other, it's decidedly implausible. I believe he himself does not know what he means to say, and all like...
Objection!
The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. He ran all the way back to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back. Well, yes, that's the gist of it. Minister Inga saw Nana with a knife, let a loud scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, that's when he was stabbed from behind. I don't think that's the case.
Such insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Humorless moment. She's calling us shit, man. Prosecutor enlightened this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence. Nayuta? You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you have been stabbed in the back, but a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Okay, no, but we haven't. We actually have. Still, in this case, is the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Yeah, we have a reason. You got painkiller. Those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from a terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We were told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about these, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. What? What's this? Haha! I think we're completely wrong, but let's keep going. Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him? I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. Wait, he had a cape? Oh, I guess, sure. It was just plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nana in his private quarters. Holy Mother of Khura'in, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Ingo arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from the blood loss. Nana killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nana to stand.
Objection!
Yeah, you can't. She's not here. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what shall I believe in now? Believe in yourself. But I have a sneaky suspicion Nana's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open, well, there's no turning back now. Oh, lawyer, I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty, and as shall you under the stipulations of the DC Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is, I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. Bah! You still cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution. Is this some sort of joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons, even to criminals like you. And with a wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Forget that all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? No! Hell no! Continue the defense. Nice try, Garan. We won't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to drag you into this, so don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo, to the bitter end if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. But if I'm found guilty, you'll get death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me. You nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent, that's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if the punishment is death? Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it. Makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for? And yet duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder... I'm 5 moments into the task. Poor kiddo. She's 14, by the way, right? Considering the torrent of painful truth she's had to face. She's still a kid, man. Faced with death under the DC Act, and I see no reason to not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Lawyer, do you have any new evidence that you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? But first, I have something serious. I say that new evidence indicating a different suspect exists. I mean, I have to say exists, man. What if we accused you? What if you pretended to be Nana? And I mean, we don't have evidence. Right? I mean, we don't have anything. But we did does not exist, and that was the right path. So let's try. Maybe we'll do that again. Does not exist. Such as I was hoping you'd present meaningless evidence to allow me to claim your heads. Ah, it was a trap. Whew. Like, unless we can prove that Nana killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need, even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony here in Khura'in. Huh? Are you suggesting seance? Your Majesty? A crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nana killed Justice Minister Inga? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone. You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth?
Take that!
But that is... me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments, but that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Reifa's power should enable her to see the very moment Nana stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me. Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess says she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't a divination seance required at all trials anyways? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Khura'inese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes! Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense it with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. She's writing with her fingertip! Henceforth, the divination seance shall be optional. What? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. She's left-handed? Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I'm afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct a seance once more.
Such insolence!
Go, kiddo. Reifa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Reifa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in the most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one and there overturned them more than once? Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone! This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless? Wow. So, Mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
You're not worthless. Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, Horned Devil, if you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. What, really? However, should Reifa fail once more, you two and the accused shall be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Reifa to perform a divination seance? Yes, we'll wager our lives. I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead? I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. Then don't fail. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Why do we have to have a flashback on that? We all saw it like 10 minutes ago. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said, I have erred in my sights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
That's not up to you. Your insights are not up to you to handle as truth. I wouldn't take stock in those words, Your Benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you've made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances, because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? So please, Your Benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Rafa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go. Leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, Mother! For I am the Royal Priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead had into this Hall of Justice due. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. Divination seance is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. Good going, kiddo. Unfortunately, you've had to grow up too fast. But good on you. Taught me that the divination seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barb had disproved the insights it offered. And now, I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. In yourself? The Royal Priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted so it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. Let's go! Your ideals! Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never shirk from it again. That right there, Your Benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realized with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it, unless of course you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. Mother, I'm done letting you have your way. Rafa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen. Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. We're still called Hornhead. Barbed head and Hornhead.
I am the Royal Priestess Rafa Padma Khura'in.
Oh, she took off her own robe. Holy shit, that's
I am prepared to face my father's death.
That's growth right there, chat. She took off her own robes. It seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Rafa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. Let's go.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
We're doing this again. I'll let it through. I'll skip the next one. I definitely know we're gonna get Jove Justice in the next one. I wonder if the dance actually has a meaning. There were so many rites and dances that like that I've lost the track. But I'm pretty sure the divination seance dance didn't. It wasn't like the dance itself didn't wasn't explained to us. Oh, it worked this time. I mean, we knew it would work, but it worked this time. Grapes, incense, sour. Footsteps. That's his own footsteps. Man's voice. Pain. Footsteps. Wait, what's wrong with his face? What? What in the... A faceless being? What the heck? His face is just like... that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? There can be no mistake, that was what my father himself witnessed. Very strange, you don't suppose that the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Mr. Inga for planning a coup? The divination, the divine wrath of the Holy Mother! Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh, who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows, though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Uh-huh. Oh, I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You've claimed that Mr. Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain, he went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But this seance vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb, and felt great pain, no less. Uh-oh. That. Therefore, as I asserted along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister into the tomb. Oh no. Now then I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Insights! At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when he suddenly heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. Wait, hold on. Let's poke a hole in that. Fast forward. Yeah, suddenly heard Dirk's voice, but if he suddenly heard it, wouldn't you turn around?
Objection!
Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't even seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was his own, probably. It was like someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. His own. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
He has no friends. No third party at the scene of the crime, therefore the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. It was his own voice. I've done male voice Minister Inga heard with this. Oh!
Take that!
That's my father. His phone. Something towards the identity of the voice.
Take that!
Cell phone? Right, I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on the cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your eminence view on the matter? I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. Subordinate. Belong to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay. I know, barbed head. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. I mean, yeah, okay, then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. Okay. I think that's wrong itself. That could be clues. Sour. Footsteps. Subordinate's voice. Lion's roar! Wait, I reflected.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, your benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Hall. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? There's a lion's roar all of a sudden. Could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claimed the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog. You have a pet frog? That giant one in front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Khura'in. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Then well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lions, at the bazaar, is actually something hanging out in the bazaar. That the cry of the war bed over in the bazaar. Ah. Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Now attempt to further refine my vision. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was a call of a warbad. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? It's very important. I mean, it has to be very important, right? It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Actually, we do.
Take that!
What is that? That's I'll be your guide's statement. In it, he claims that That's a rebel threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding.
Objection!
And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from the Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second, if that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snaps. This guy, the happy-go-lucky That's a rebel. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how much one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, AJPW, y'all can thank me later. No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Rebel. No one asked for your commentary, bitch. Shut up. Shut up in the court. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It appears so. This changes everything. Does it? Okay, we got 3 insights that changed here. Bang was a firecracker That's threw, and that final laugh belonged to none other than That's himself. Took a call from the subordinate at the bazaar. This maybe? No, that's not interesting. Dogs bark. Wait, but at 2... yelled at by a dog. Dad's head in stitches when a noise spooked Shadow what ran off. No, okay, that's not it. Maybe the firecrack explosion? Okay, and the laughter was That's a rebel. Oh. Albie's statement says that it was at 2 PM, right? So if I do the explosion here...
Objection!
That would make it... the time inconsistent. Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 PM, which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have that obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 PM? I'll be your guide statement again? Yes, because to summarize what he said, around 2 PM, Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. At around 2 PM. That's right, 2 PM, not 3 PM. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. That's a laugh, the cry of the warbad, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, What this vision shows that is, it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3, as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Yes! Oh, she broke her nails! Ah, dude! Oh, that's painful! Even if they were fake nails, they must have been glued on, right? That breaking off must have hurt. Holy shit, I actually clenched my hands on that. Oh. So how are you gonna get your fake nails back, lady? Peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I do. It was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 p.m., Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means the faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded. Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of death. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. We have Apollo. Maybe the killer could afford to be so. Maybe the killer could be afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the seance vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga precisely because they knew they could get away with it. How can anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I've heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case, we can. And if he had the disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. That's what I'm saying, man! He has, hold on, let me look up what it's called. Can't see faces disorder. Prosopagnosia. I keep forgetting that word. Prosopagnosia. That's what he has. Prosopagnosia. I gotta say it like a bajillion times to remember it. Prosopagnosia. So, okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really? Yes, I believe so.
Take that!
A notepad? Bury the notepad! It was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband has such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge, but I suppose there is no use in keeping it quiet about it now. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this. So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, So there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance and aware of Inga's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me? Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime? No, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Yes! Garan has an alibi, right? Oh, right. She was conducting a channeling. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nena know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does. She is our head servant. So as the head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition, and as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. And if these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would.
Objection!
You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Inga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rafa saw him at 2:30. The murder could only have happened at 3 p.m., the hour Dirk entered the tomb. There's no answer to this puzzle. But didn't you forget? Didn't you forget? We just proved that it happened at 2. Everything except Inga sighting at 2:30. Spirit channeling. He was already dead. Spirit channeling. But he was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead. Like a way to people witness the living dead. I did, yeah. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2, he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga, her benevolence saw was someone channeling him. He's being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channeled, you say? Sorry, I got burps. One of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminent. I believe you had completed channeling, right, and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there, too. Only Maya. It does. But, maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be. So then Inga screamed. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. Wait, but that would have been Nena. Like, Nena. Yeah? Yeah, Nena? Nena the Amara? The defense calls Ms. Maya Fey to the stand. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Okay, insult me all you want, but we will make it right in the end. Okay, this is part 2 of the trial now. Talk about some really close shaves. Oh, you can't get closer shave than Headsman Brandon Blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet and I'm already exhausted. It's because you're old, man. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Fey's help, I won't have to keep playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, horn head, Rafa? Oh, hello, your benevolence. Princess Rafa, you're really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Good on you, kiddo. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as a royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know. I shall thank you with with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? A horse! Give us a horse! I'll take a horse! Your benevolence, your gratitude is more than enough. But I thought you Americans like massages. My technique was highly praised by my father. I'll have you know. No, it's okay. It's okay. We don't. Hey, lawyers, where's the accused? Huh, jerk? That's a good question. I don't know. I blew it big time, AJ. What? Shut up, you. What's going on? This scoundrel tried to escape with the accused. What? Never, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding, you miscreant? I tell you, I got no idea where you went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now? Probably, but who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? Wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's gone to rescue her. But that's what I am telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. No, why did you choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something. You know? Just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Aw, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. That's not the point, Dad. Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. Trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Yeah, wait, trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Okay. Stall! It's time to stall! Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? Why, Royal Guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, or they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? I am the law! Then I shall simply revise it. She's actually revising it, man. As ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. What? Well, the witness, Ms. Maya Fey, please approach the stand. Sorry to summoning you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm so sorry, Miss Fey. It was my idea. And you are? Apollo Justice, time to finally meet you. Oh, right, this is the first time they've ever met. So you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? That was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since... So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Fey, this is trial for Dirk Sadmati, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? But... playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least this is what the defense claims. Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How could you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes sense. Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Fey? Yes, Your Majesty. She's... Man, we need more Maya Fey. I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Mr. Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things I go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Minister Inga. And if her words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. Do you understand? You understand, do you? Oh, no. Yeah, she's being secretive. I believe she was... I know I didn't channel. I didn't have the chance. What do you mean by that? I was tied up literally, so there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hands to do it. Spirit world, right? Unless they're still in training. Amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes, but full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session, and they can send these spirits away anytime they want. Oh, you can do that too? Of course! There's search for the new and improved Mystic Maya Fey, Ace Spirit Medium. You seem like the same old childish Maya to me. I'll show you.
Hold it!
Like what? What would you go quietly along with? I know. Yeah, I know, but you won't tell us? I'm just doing my job. What exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You promised to Dirk? Pretty big one. I know, you didn't channel Minister Inga? 28, but I'm not senile, you know? You were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? I was conscious the whole time. Did you ever see Nana in the tomb dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I'd remember if I saw something as crazy as that. I doubt anyone would carry a crime like that in front of the potential witness. The witness is denying she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction is suddenly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. You don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. You don't have any evidence of me channeling Mr. Inga, do you? In thinking about it, really? No, I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. All my needs is our own body. The defense have no evidence to offer. I will have to end this cross-examination. Wait! Do we? Do we got anything? I have to. If I don't, we're done. I'll be fine. Saw her, but he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means dressed in usual suit. Did she burn? Did she burn the clothes?
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it, but then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if you were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh. She seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Kurain, right? That is correct in part, but there's more. Much more. Inga... Oh, wait. What? Inga Karkul Hakan... Hawk on this name by any law. Got Ormo Papas Danit Aredes Kurain the Third. I cannot. I just zoomed in on Hawk on these nuts. Inga Karkul. What's the joke here? Inga Karkul Hawk on this Biani Loga Ormo Pompous. I get the pompous part. Done it already is Kurain the third. Okay, so wait. Pompous done it already is Kurain the third. Ormo Laga Ormo Hawk Karkul Hawk on Disnam. I'm gonna guess this is a Hawk on Karkul Hawk. Hawk on this Hawk. Wait, Hawk Ode. It's Hawk Ode. Hawk Disnam. Hawk Tua. That's what I'm saying. I saw the Hawk and I don't know. I misread the H as an N. I was like Hawk on these nuts, man. I don't know. I'm gonna give it up. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to his length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely, yet a medium must know the face and the true name of the one she seeks to channel. Uh-oh, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know and didn't like thanks to the last trial? I don't. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. Maybe we're working off some wrong assumption again. Apollo, I was thinking. Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? I haven't thought that far yet. No, that's huge. And the queen has an alibi, then circumstances around the channeling, right? We know Rafa saw her father coming out of this. What if he was being channeled at the time? Who could it have been? Someone who is Inga's private quarters. Should channel Inga. That person is our only hope now.
Take that!
Nana. Nana? Your Eminence said it yourself. That Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Nana. And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters, the room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously just suggesting that's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found on the outside his residence. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. All the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nana isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nana to the stand. Well, Your Eminence. Very well then, let us call Nana to testify. If we find her. Nana is in the waiting lobby. What? I thought she'd gone missing. Simply wished her concern for Rafa brought her here today. Oh. Wait, but Dirk is gone. Yeah, see, I told you Nana as Amara was channeling Dirk. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I committed a crime. Though I will say, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nana rubbed off on her. And with all the time they spent together. You there, young horn-head. You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks. Proceed with your testimony. We want to prove that you're actually Amara. I'm no spirit medium, Sonny. How's feeling under what Rusty's weary bones? Besides which, a lowly serf could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence and Queen Garan's the only spirit left. If you believe a medium to be a culprit, it would have been that young lass of Maya Fey. Okay, but Amara's still alive, and you should know that.
Objection!
Makes sense in terms. I don't know how to make this case sense in large context of this case. I'm sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Naina's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Khura'in only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. The circumstantial evidence points to Naina being channeling Inga. After all, after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 p.m. That would mean Naina channeled Inga. Yeah, even though supposedly only the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? No. Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it'll give us the break we need. Wait a second. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Khura'in. Horn devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must! Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it! But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Let's go! Reveal everything! Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? This person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigatar Khura'in. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense! Take a good look at the lawbook in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Has Lar gone mad? Haha, no, not mad at all. While I personally find it hard to believe, I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yeah, according to Dirk, she's actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Here, in this very courtroom today. How? Shut up. He's gonna... Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is a cunning art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there's no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, because you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, Naida, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is very much alive and has been disguising herself as...
Take that!
But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Naina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along.
Objection.
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What do you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell? Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and is actually Miss Nena here. You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, certain someone can help you prove it. Your Eminence? If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can. Deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Nena, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Pull. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. No, Nena, no, Amara Sigatar Kurain. Please drop that act and tell us what really happened. Oh dear me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Oh my gosh, she's standing here. It's like a cocoon. Butterfly. Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as the old woman anyways. Wait, how old is she again? She's around... You know, she's really pretty for her age, you know. I tap it. If Dirk doesn't kill me first. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Khura'in. It is I, Amara Sigatar Khura'in, your former queen. Queen Amara? Ah! You're getting hit with this early? And I thought Garan's makeover was extreme. Can it really be true? You are alive and well. It is true. I feel like I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I've caused you, all of you, a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright. Alright, Garan, I'm safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer. Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I barely escaped that blaze with my life. But though I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister, Garan. But the building of the Great Tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Garan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? She's got that right. Even Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of the others is not the least bit disagreeable. It's a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it is all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. If there is something you wish to say, then say it. It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as the Justice Minister Inga's real killer. That is very bold. What's this? You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Khura'in'ism? You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Nana, you wouldn't have learned about Minister Inga's disorder, so you knew you could dress up in clothes to forge a convincing seance vision. Isn't that right? Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself. That this was the last time anyone heard about Apollo. Yeah. You may be a grand figure in Koreanism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul? But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. Fear not, good majesty, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with grace and benevolence. Oh yeah, lawyer, my benevolence. I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Nayuta. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk Sadmati, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga. I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga. What? Why not? Do not keep the defense waiting. Explain how strong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Raifa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30. Yet you, the defense, claimed the person she saw was a minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him, then she would still be in the tomb. And moved to the tomb. Then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah, I tried to exit beforehand. Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed, and yet she was there in the tomb when the murder was discovered. Defense? No, she wasn't. Now you see, your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in the flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sadmati, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, your eminence. Oh, and there you have it, your majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sideline. And that's where you made your mistake. I relinquish complete control of the sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, your eminence. Now then, your mercifulness, your testimony, if you please. Okay, I don't care about that. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. I would have been the tomb once I stopped channeling. My heart is to kill her, but he has fled from the sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judge upon the traitor Dirk Sadmati for his crimes. Okay, well, they'll start pressing everything. Except for the first one. The first one really doesn't need pressing. Her Holiness guided me. She's a Disney princess! Look, even the tiger's here! Where did those animals even come from? Grand Priestess, no disrespect. Point out. No pointing out conflicts in. What? What? No pointing out conflicts in. Huh?
Hold it!
Following. I got, you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you have no trouble opening it. That was not what I expected to be. I could not be here today, for the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I've never been able to leave. I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyways? You're still alive, so there's despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within. Could discover the final hope might continue to corporate reality. You completely lost me. Yeah, same. It's empty. No one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It's as empty as my sarcophagus.
Hold it!
You weren't in the tomb after the murder. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have reemerged at this crime scene. But you could channel Dirk. Only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirk, Sahdmadhi, and Maya Fey. Exactly! Dirk, Sahdmadhi. There's no escaping such simple truth. My husband, Dirk, is the killer, but he has less than the sacred vault. Reason? Perhaps what? Conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life.
Objection!
First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran out together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim, "It wasn't me, you must believe me." It was my duty as a wife to her husband, to bend an ear for him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is so secret to a long, happy marriage. Sure? Don't ask me, he's still single. He didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. Should have been tomb after Minister murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she vanish from the scene of crime like that? Maybe she didn't vanish. Or normal people. Maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of, and by using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. She channeled someone. All she had to do was channel someone, then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. But why? I believe that makes sense. What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Oh god! How dare you spew such vile blasphemy, vile blasphemy, defense. You will retract your last statement or face immediate execution. I will not! No, good Majesty, it is quite alright. Quran also teaches that we must respond to at all times with reason and principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now, are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it required a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only others right there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Fey. I channeled Inga as you allege. Well, the outcome would have been quite odd, to say the least. For there, besides the minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Another victim? Queen Amara? Please add your last statement to your testimony. Wasn't there some sign of another victim in the tomb? Why did I don't know why I went backwards. If I just went forward, I would have been faster. Ralphie, hello! How are you? Sin is streaming. Ah, shh, I tried to keep it down low. I'm just... I just stream for fun now, you know? Would the defense care to share something with us? Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. Here's the real plot twist, chat. You come just in time, Ralphie. Our client, this case, includes a second victim. One of the 2 people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channel Minister Inga and move to the tomb, you vanish from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper, of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips, but suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Are you ready? There's no way this can be true. But... no, I can't stop now. If this is true, it's the only way forward to solving the case. The other victim whose Queen Amara channeled was... That's right, our client's been dead the whole time since the beginning of the episode. Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
What? You can't... That's not possible! The defendant, Dirk Sadmati, is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. Was very... I'm Simon Reich, and I've been here the whole... This... Dude, I fucking love Dropout. This is insanity. Hokonka! Apollo, what are you? Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but that facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see. After Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. But if one of them was actually dead, being channeled by Amara, but it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstain at the scene of the crime was a clincher for me. I guess I never saw any of the full characters tonight. Oh, he wasn't even injured. So how could he have possibly bled that much? You're losing it at the judge at NFP. Okay, so let me tell you. Okay, in the second or third game, we have dealt with a character named Furio Tigre, and that's his outfit. Because Furio Tigre was being an imposter and disguising himself as Phoenix Wright, but that was his outfit. So Phoenix Wright's outfit is Furio Tigre's outfit, and I'll show you something too as well. Once we get to see Phoenix. The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth, and you would not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Nayuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk is a play on Dirk. I don't know. Maybe Dirk's killer must have hidden his body because like there's okay. Once this game's ended, we'll speak on Spirit of Justice naming because we have Nayuta Sadmati, Dirk Sadmati, This guy's name. This guy is the one of the insurgents of the current regime named That's a Rebel. We got MS Guy, Miles, Maya Fey, Inga Karkul. Okay, we don't care about these. This guy is our tour guide. His name is I'll Be Your Guide. We've had one of our like a guy who committed suicide pinned the blame on blamed it on Maya. His name is Trust in Me. His wife is another insurgent named Believe in Me. They had the person that Believe in Me accidentally killed was Prey Zealot, whose real name is real name. We've had the owner of the soba, wet soba, named Bucky Wet. You know, like a play on wet noodle, Bucky, buckwheat. And he's very much a wet noodle. Oh, and then they had he was accused of murder, but the person who actually did the murder was named Gale Tornado. And basically that whole tornado like Rakugo storytellers, there was Gale Tornado, the old man was Typhoon Tornado, and then the guy who had multiple personality, his name is Wind Tornado. Do I have anything else? Oh, there was the beginning of this episode. We had the person who killed Archie Buff. You know, who's an archaeologist. His name is Politician. He's a politician, by the way. And then the girl the daughter of Archie Buff is Army Buff. She's an army buff. She pretends herself to be a sergeant, with a drone helicopter. Oh yeah, she carpet bombed the courtroom. That was fun. What else? I've given you the names of episode 4, 2, 1, 3. Okay, no, yeah, I've given you all the names of basically all the names in the game so far. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look, and there's only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here.
Take that!
You would suggest Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body? Well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once! Your Eminence, I believe being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. Now then, Detective Sky, your report, if you please. I'll start with my findings. I just want things to be the way they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Dirk Sadmati. He's been days old. I would too. Okay, so Dirk Sadmati is Apollo's foster father. And Nayuta's real father. So, Dirk is foster father, who is Nayuta's real father. He's the husband of Amara Sigatara Kurain, who was thought to be assassinated, but she's still alive, pretended to be as Nena. And I don't have proof. I mean, I kind of do have proof, but Reifa is Amara and Dirk's daughter. Why'd this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! How can this be? The traitorous Snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day! Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? Son. Oh. A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields. That's so sad! Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go until its dying breath. Here's why it's sad, right? Dirk, whenever he said a dragon never yields, they actually had the voice actor say a dragon never yields. But as soon as it's revealed that he's dead, we don't hear the voice anymore. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. I'm about to cry. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're... Apollo, in court tomorrow. You may find yourself faced with the truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk. Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now. Not ever. Not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Wright. But I'm fine now. Apollo? Detective Sky! Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? Maya! I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover story so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States.
Take that!
Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right, and do you remember what she said earlier? So, sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out, and that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess there's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So, I was right then. Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. Oh, no. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. Oh. It's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag. So I started digging around. That's when I found you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. That's got us smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be punishing up daisies. Did you really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? Ah. Oh, what are you, some kind of freak? Nuts to this! He runs away. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes! I got to help you! Relax. It's going to be okay. Sorry things turned out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that! You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. If you do, untying a rope like that will be a child's play. No! You can still make you promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. What about Nayuta? So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit. He really said that? He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last stance. Rip the legally distinct Majima. Hey, chef! You show up here without warning after all this time. What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice! Alright, why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? It was the real reason! You really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. Oh, okay. Ralphie, if you're still here. So, Phoenix, if you he's wearing Furio Tigra's outfit, right? If you look at his badge, that's not the real badge. That's a cardboard. That's a cardboard fake. That's a cardboard fake that the Furio Tigra in the previous game freaking flash to show that he was a lawyer, quote unquote. It was Inga that hit Dirk's body in the sarcophagus as Jeremiah left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk wouldn't want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you're ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well, your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m., the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then when Dirk appeared, she snuck up, entered at 3 p.m. She snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, it is! There is a way to do that, with the Magatama of Parting, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... That's right, Prosecutor Sanmari, and you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after channeling him for so long, after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed up Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume that she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes and smeared blood onto them. Picked up the knife and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped, right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while this was all unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nayuta? Those dreams of the revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nayuta, how can you say that? Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't and I won't. Nayuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and the sympathizers who have been calling for his release can't be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun.
Objection!
No, Dirk's has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 p.m., you have yet to substantively prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Inga's death was at 2 p.m.? We just did! Further testimony will be required of me. What do you mean? Well, under suspicion, I would like to state my case. every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the DCA. Gran shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? What's left to chain you to her like this? This is so heartbreaking. You have no proof. Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now, let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people. Do you understand now, you Peter Pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. Oh, the deer's cute, though. No more. This ends here and now. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Ugh.
Hold it!
I mean, I don't have solid evidence yet. But you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What on earth do you mean? Including Miss Faye, there's only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer. Oh, Jesus! Really?
Objection!
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in?
Objection!
You said it's impossible. Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer, which is why you have to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. Either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Prove she was in the tomb. I don't think she killed Inga. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as a killer. Well, if the shoe fits... Very well, let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? Nothing of the crime doesn't prove I was even at the scene of the crime. Yes, we do. We had this.
Objection!
Queen Amara. Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb, and has the minister's blood on it, which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection!
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk has said it himself. It did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie, because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? For her, the piece of evidence that shows this pendant isn't Dirk's.
Take that!
That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except that it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own 2 of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we had no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Actually, we do have a fingerprint. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadmati. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint pink fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No! So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara! It belonged to you, doesn't it? She's sweating up a storm. It seems I truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be! Mother! Tell me it does not belong to you! Nayuta, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit. And he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath. And beyond. I'm afraid I can tell you I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, Oh! She changed! So she really did kill Inga? I thought... This cannot be! I refuse to accept it! Queen Amara, are you ready to confess your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sikatar Kurain, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous. Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Naida. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sadmati, I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. You're prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could have come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her. Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent. I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sadmati, if you have no further objections. This cannot be! My mother? I have no objections. Dirk, I did it, I finally did it. I proved you're innocent. But he wouldn't have wanted but... Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Mr. Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sadmati. Hold it! It's probably us who says hold it. No? No? Your benevolence? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Queen Amara is lying! It makes no sense! Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of lingering affection towards Nena? Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. Barbed head, horn head. Are you going to let this stand? Why is she... Now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. Yeah, why would she push it to continue? I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Defense, please tell us this. What important fact about this case has come to light? Has yet to come to life. The motive. There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That's a fair question, and one I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karkulkurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb? Which led to Maya Fei's abduction. Yes, Minister Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to its great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Goran and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago, and as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. No! Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga, wait. Who's to say that that's not, Amara? Away from prying eyes. They have the same tattoos. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m., during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister. Yellow! Hey, Brad! How are you? You're lying. My bracelet. Apollo, your bracelet. Yep, it seems this trial is far from over. How are you doing, Brad? Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something. Tired but good? That's good to hear. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. Physics midterm went pretty well. That's good to hear. I slipped into the tomb. I mean, I don't see it. Wait, did her
Gotcha!
her finger twitching? That was so subtle! Queen Amara, you're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you? I can tell because the finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh? And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m., and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at the time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have a picture of the rite of channeling. Toyashikimi, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Toyashiki Mint? Hello, how are you? Also, Brad, thank you so much for the redeem. Here, let me, okay, wait, I had an Uma Musume fact, but I lost it. Perfect. That's good to hear. Just Toya is fine? Awesome. Okay, I will call you Toya from now on. How are you, Toya? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Currently, Spread has redeemed a random Uma Musume trivia, and I can't think of one that I haven't spouted just yet, so let me just consult a big book of Uma Musume. Awoo! Wait. Do I know you? Have I seen you before? I'm gonna click your stream. Do a little bit of.
Yeah.
What? Something happened. Wait, hold up. What just happened? I missed it. You might have. Oh, thank you so much for following, Toya. Toya, I appreciate it. Welcome to Napper's Condo. I hope you have a great nap, man. I might have. I feel like I have. You do a lot of art. You do a lot of Overwatch. And I picked the worst time to stop the game to look for stuff. Because oh, you do art. I'm trying to do a little bit of sightseeing. I'll have to. There's an ad break on it. Here's so yeah, thank you. My model parent Graham Lindley did it for me, and it's been done rigged by Ren. With whom I keep in contact. With they're great people. You should also check them out. Hold on, I wanna watch Toya stream. I'm getting ads to watch Toya stream. Hey, your model's cute too. Wait, your art's so good. Holy shit! That I'm looking at the sketch parts of it. I was like, holy shit! Holy shit! They're so good. Well, I know I know what I'm gonna do in the future. Let me just bookmark. Hold on, bookmark this stream, this channel. I can't do it through OBS. Hold on. Twitch.tv/Toyashiki Mint. And then bookmark. Excellent. Excellent. Right now, okay, so currently I'm just streaming for fun. When I get a job, I know who I'm gonna commission first. Sorry, you cannot escape. You cannot escape from me. You're gonna get loved. Shoot. Let me just like click on a random Uma Musume to give you trivia on. So, oh, okay, found one. Fine Motion. Fine Motion. So did you know that when Uma Musume Global came out, they had to retcon Fine Motion's backstory? In Japan, she's considered Irish royalty, but since Ireland doesn't have royalty, they actually had to retcon. They actually retconned that to make sure that it doesn't anger anyone. And on top of that, her Fine Motion in the game reference like talks about her older sister. But in real life, she doesn't have an older brother. She actually has an elder sister. Older brother. Sorry, I mixed that up. She has an older brother IRL called Pilsudski. I believe Pilsudski. There was a Pilsudski actually has like someone who one of the Japanese horses in game has a crush on, right? Stud career. Okay. Disappointing average earnings index of 0.36. Nah, I guess not, because I don't see anything immediately. Probably Air Groove, because that was like the last race that he went off against. He went off against Air Groove in 96. was it 96 or 90 or 97? Hey, that's the year I was born. On the Tenno show. Was it the autumn one or the spring one? It doesn't say. Anyways, sorry, I got highly distracted. Uma Musume distracts me so badly. I want to look at Uma Musume one today. I got no exact said there are horses. You should definitely look into Uma Musume. I freaking love Uma Musume, man. Like, that's my hyper fixation. I will look at Uma Musume until the day I die. I have a sorry, but where were we? Okay, to catch everyone up. So Dirk Sadmati was accused 23 years ago of trying to assassinate the queen at the time, Amara Sigatari Kurain. And then this current trial is for that, as well as the murder of the Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurain. And it has been discovered that I made a month ago. How's Green going? Stream's going great. We've just discovered that Dirk Sadmati has been dead for a few days, and now it's a weird process because Maya Fey was spirit channeling Dirk. So basically, spirit channeling is where the spirit mediums calls upon the dead people to so that they could, let's say, the spirit inhabits the body, and then like the body changes to look exactly like the spirit. So Maya Fey was pretending to be the spirit until Amara became the spirit, and then now we're trying to prove that Amara didn't. Well, at first we were proving that Amara did kill the Justice Minister, but now we're trying to prove that she's not killed. She is not the one who has killed the Justice Minister. So yeah, everything's going great. Everything's confusing, just like Ace Attorney, how it should be. I've seen memes of this, but I have no idea what this game about. It's about us trying to get the people off the hook from murder. Usually, we actually had a civil case earlier, but that turned out to be a murder case, so that was fun.
Objection!
Oh, okay. And then this bitch is the queen of Kurain. Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator's name at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just have to find it on the ground. So, you take me for a fool? Let's. I feel like all cases just ending up being a murder case. I mean, we technically had a suicide case. It was actually a murder case, but we never got. I mean, we did. It was actually a double homicide, murder suicide. Actually, it's by two different people, so it's not really a murder suicide. So we got Believe in Me. That's actually her name. Believe in Me. Murder Prey Zealot, whose real name is actually real name. And to hide the fact that his wife killed Prey's real name, the guy, Trust in Me, killed himself and tried to pin the blame on Maya Fey. So yeah, so we had a murder and then try to cover up a murder with a suicide. So and that's fun. My attention is too quick to read this much for a game. Yeah. Oh man, a lot of reading and a lot of Maya once again gets blamed. Maya once again gets blamed. She also got kidnapped. Again. But this time she got saved immediately, but then she channeled his spirit to become him for a while, for quite a few days. So yeah, Maya once again gets blamed for murder, and then once again gets kidnapped. Fun stuff. And because right now, there's a lot of reading. There's something much more pressing at hand, but like the twists and turns are fun. I believe this photo merits further examination. I would just wish there was more to see than darkness and more darkness. Might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help retire at this point. Hasn't Phoenix retired by now? He's right here! He's still practicing law. He's actually the one who got Maya acquitted. Also, he's wearing Furio Tigre's outfit. Do you see that badge on him? That's made out of cardboard. Bailiff, please summon Detective's Guide to the Hall of Justice. When did he become Yakuza? It's just an alternate outfit for this game. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. That's... Ah! What's that right there? An injury? No, wait. I think that's a burn scar. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. Your outfit betrays you, bitch! What's going on here? If the person in the photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandalas so we can see behind it for ourselves. Strip! Don't try to... Oh shit, it broke! If only she had less cleavage showing? It's right there! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo! I don't understand. I knew it! So the person in the photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd! Are you suggesting they switch places? Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes everything! We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 PM, the exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly, she now has an ironclad alibi, so Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I am afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the Minister and the accused to stage crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... While Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, he didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Hokoka! Covering for someone? Yeah, she's covering for her sister. I have a game suggestion if you can find it. Root letter? Root letter. Is it on Steam? Root letter. Ooh, wait. It's $1.99. Ooh, it's another detective game. Oh, why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? And it's 90% off. Continue to payment. Click. Do you know how many games I have in the back? You know how many games I have in the fucking in my backlog? I have so many murder mystery games. If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Pamela went missing, so you travel to her hometown to find out what happened to her. Oh, interesting. Your old before she disappeared. You discovered an old pen friend was involved in a murder before she disappeared. Traveling to her hometown, you must investigate the murder, using her past letters as clue to uncover the disturbing truth. I've already purchased it. It's a visual novel, but that's what I'm a fan of. You only have their. You have to track down her 7 friends, but you only have their nicknames. Oh, I love deducing those. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Isaiah. Welcome back, by the way. Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Queen Garan has no spirit energy. Who was behind the 2 sisters switching places, and for what reason? The answer to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate someone else's alibi.
Take that!
I actually want to see the ending of that game. Why is that? Is this some kind of a joke? No, your Majesties, I can never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Segatar Kufurain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the Minister's killer? And at 2 p.m. while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? And Violent Brandon couldn't fit. Oh, what happened, Isaiah? Well, your mercifulness? It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now! Mother? I kept losing the interrogation. Ooh. I know this one investigation game that plays around with repeating time like an ocarina. Did I mention Beacon Pines? Yes, you have. It's still in my wish. Wait, do I have it? I know. Wait, Beacon Pines. I think I have it. No, I don't. But there's so many games I have in the backlog, and I had so little money, right? The only reason why I even bought Root Letter was because it's $1.99. It's $2. When it, I can't. I really can't afford to pay for more games. Especially after I purchased the Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection. True Killer is... She was shot?! Mother? No! I really did it! Your Eminence! My life is yours! Isn't he one of Garan's loyal guards? Queen Amara! Couldn't have. Could she? Someone call for an ambulance. She'll be fine. She got hit in the gut. What? Can't do us dirty like that. But we've been forced into a recess for now while things are getting straightened out. I can't believe what just happened! Tell me about it. Do you think Garan put that guard up to it? If she did, she's going to deny it. No one gets to get away with something like that on my watch. For Queen Amara, your benevolence? Anything you can use on her condition? She is undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They're giving her a 50-50 chance of survival though. What? Why did this happen? Just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. What's that about being reunited? I told you! Rafa Dirk Samadhi was your father in all but blood, after all. Thank you for your concern, your benevolence, but I'm fine. Right now, we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to stay focused on. Hornhead, you're sturdier than your stature lets on. Excuse you, that's your foster sister! Dirk, that was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon's dead. Say, AJ, I was wondering, when Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back to herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or if it was a part of Garan or Amara's plan. Man. Our dream of the revolution. Now what are we gonna do? Is this it? No! There's a very good chance that Garan's the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court, hey, you're right, that could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. All in a day's work. Who am I kidding? That's a ton of pressure. But this is what Dirk gave his life for. I had to do it for him. The Honorable Rebel Dirk Sadmati. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. Did she bump her head or something earlier? The trial's about to resume. The defense is to report to the courtroom at once. Already? After what just happened? The first thing Garand will do is respond to that last accusation. So you better stay on your toes, Apollo. Oh! Now then, let us resume today's proceedings. Huh? Where's Dirk? I mean, not Dirk, Nayuta. I must offer my apologies. I never imagined a royal guardsman would do such a thing. What? He wasn't acting under your orders? How dare you cast suspicions upon our eminence? But she did! But your suspicion is only natural under these circumstances, but rest assured he acted alone, for I knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. I would like to offer a new possibility. New possibility, you say? Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed. What? No. Hold on, I'm getting call. Sorry. Prosecutor Samadi, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the recess, as I felt that Amara had been covering for someone. What a load of baloney! So it was that he finally confessed his crime to me. Nayuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Bruh, how many times have we had to protect our opposition in court? Right? Edgeworth. What's his name? Shit. Von Karma? Von Karma? No. Was it Von Karma? Yeah, no, not Von Karma. Shit. Ace Attorney Chronicles. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Who's the prosecutor? Not Kazuma Asogi. It was... Man, I'm trying to find it. Oh! Barack Van Zeeks. We had to cover for him. We had to cover for Miles Edgeworth. We kind of had to cover for Simon Blackquill. And then in the Miles Edgeworth, we kind of had to cover... No, we didn't have to cover for Eustace Winter. God! Why do we all got... Edgeworth got into trouble again? No, it's Nayuta this time. We're talking about how, like, in the first game, we had to defend Edgeworth. In the 5th game, we had to defend Blackquill. Not really Blackquill. It was Athena, and then Blackquill tried to cover for her, and then we had to cover for Blackquill, and then now we're trying to cover for Nayuta. Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. What? I mean, I don't believe it. It's most definitely the Queen. Prosecutor Samari, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain, for I killed him by my own hand. At least I'll ask the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Now you gotta retract your confession now! Mr. Justice, it is not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it! It was Queen Garan who put you up to this. Yeah, I guess the law is like the most dangerous field in this universe. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? Bread. Do you not know the DCA? Hold on. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Yeah, the DCA. If you're bruh, if your client is found guilty of murder and the penalty is death, then you also get put to death as the lawyer. You are out of line, Mr. Justice. Let's learn some self-restraint. I need water. But... Or do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is... What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Truly. The truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I definitely didn't see this coming. Ada, why are you doing this? Your Honor, I would like to resign from being a lawyer, please. No! Why would you sacrifice even your life to do Garan's bidding? Whatever this case may be, Prosecutor Sanmari, your testimony, please. Viva la revolution! I could not remain silent while Her Eminence fell under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Khura'in. I consider divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed to let her go so far from my state. If you're found guilty, if that's the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Naida, or the Queen?
Objection!
I think you're corrupt, Queen! No, the splatter had nothing to do with the witness testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense. Okay. Naida's confession. I really got nothing here. I don't know what to press.
Hold it!
Fine judgment. I have a golden mother. The Holy Mother guided you. No, Her Holiness would never condone killing in her name, regardless of the circumstances. As such, I believe my defiled soul will be damned to hell. If I do not regret what I have done, I willingly sacrifice my soul to protect this kingdom's future. Why does it sound completely credible when it's coming from him? Mercifulness, she is truly deserving her title.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went? Precisely. My mother is clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime. Wait, but didn't you not know that Nana was the queen? You didn't realize that Nana was actually Queen Amara, your own mother. That is not as strange as you might think. Much time has passed since we last met, after all. Right, 23 years ago, was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt? No, Mr. Sutton, it was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? Wait, are you sure about that? I remember clearly I was around 10 years old at the time. Hey, please add that last statement to your testimony. When Dirk abducted her. So then that wasn't you.
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago. But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That's impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 3 years ago. He said that. Did, but if we take what you just said as fact, then there is something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. If you were 10 years old at the time, then who did this?
Take that!
Now, Yuta, this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you. But that doesn't make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? You see where I'm going with this? If the baby isn't Nayuta... Wait, you don't think that Queen Amara had another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nayuta, is that why Yuko obeyed Queen Garan's every command? You presume too much. Ah, and that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the rap as well, to protect this other child. A child born 15 years ago. They would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess, but I believe I know someone who fits the bill. All those strange statements she kept making, now they all make sense. As Prosecutor Sanmari, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother, and only yesterday. Reifa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I cannot accept this. There's something in that here. Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, poor her. Oh, Queen Amara. Now I see, Nayuta, why you do what you're told. I'm gonna expose to the whole world the other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you're about to say, but I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear what I'm talking about. This is a chink in your armor, the reason why you feel fear for your sibling's reputation. The law book? Or the assassination file.
Take that!
And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened 23 years ago. A particular note right now is what's written here. Oh right, the sins of the father are visited upon his children. This deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either, if she were to were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Garan, but at some point you became to serve the very regime you despise, and that was because the queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Nayuta, have you been keeping the secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You're an innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret for one as such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is... It's malarkey. Don't you even care what happens to you? For country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and patriot. I shall continue to rule Khura'in until the day Reifa succeeds me, for that is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. What? No, resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future. No, the Nayuta I knew would never let himself be turned into this. You're a dragon. Do not yield. Way too late now. Got Dragon Phoenix right way too early. Easily. Yeah. Good night, bride. Have a good sleep.
Objection!
Yeah, I object. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nayuta. Do you see dream regularly again? Mostly regularly now. I'm just looking for a job in between, right? So this is just for fun. And while I wait for for employers to respond. But I know that deep down there's still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's a kind of hope that perseveres through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet. Dirk's badge? Because you confiscated everything but that one. When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possessions as potential evidence. All except this. Did you take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. So tell me, Nayuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from me, could you? And I know why. It's because that badge means something special to us. Hey Dirk, why do you still wear your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I'll never stop trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Nayuta, Apollo, I vow to restore Kharine's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. You may say you've given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will, because you still believe that all the wrongs will be righted someday, don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Because even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Nayuta, Apollo, hold on! I'm coming! What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Nayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand? Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. I knew, however, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died, murdered, along with Dirk. So now, as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please, try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But
Such insolence!
you have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate floundering? The immutability of his duty? It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. Your Majesty, the verdict, if you will. Yes, Your Eminence.
Objection!
No. Wait a second. Does the defense wish to raise an objection? Come on! Apollo, this all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal. So if you could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't try to assassinate Amara, right. Nayuta and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it all was all destroyed in the fire. And Dirk investigated the matter for years, but never managed to learn anything new. Really, nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try to that long and really uncover nothing at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. He must have secretly planted something to topple Khurane with somewhere. Let's take another look at evidence. You might find what we need to break out of this situation within here. Got it. We got it. No, wait! About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. The defense has some new information it would like to share. You do? While we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Come on, we got some. Very well then. What is the source of your new information about the case 23 years ago? A photograph? Yes. Do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could anyone forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity, though, as his belongings were burned to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. Oh? What? Why, of course, with his photo and her benevolence. Exactly, we might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent, and that would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Khura'in, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What utter nonsense! Yes, I've been waiting for this the whole time! Jove Justice, come! There was no evidence left in the wake of that blaze! That's what you think, but Dirk went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yep, and boy is it the best piece of evidence ever. He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court, and save his children. Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim.
Objection!
What a waste of time! The events of 23 years have already been deliberated at length.
Objection!
Not this time. You don't get away this time. But that wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today. So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new lead, would we? Ah! As a presiding judge, I will share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Queen Amara is a case we can ill afford to leave open, and I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we should conduct another divination seance. Why your benevolence? If you knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo, would you be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course, leave it to me. Yeah! Let's go! Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Alright. Now, your benevolence, please commence the divination seance when you are ready.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I'll let it through. I was thinking of skipping, but I think since this is gonna be the last time, it's important that we let it through. Okay, what do we got? Burning heat. Crying. That's Apollo. That's baby Apollo. Pain. I like sound. Poor Apollo, he was dropped as a kid. The spirit of victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. So those were my father's final moments. That baby must have been you, Apollo. I will now decipher this experience of the deceased. Are you ready, Hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Very well. Here are my interpretations of the facts gleaned from the seance vision. I hope the next. I hope if there is a next game of Phoenix Wright, we get to see her again. The seance is fun. Tend to assassinate Queen Mara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he perished in the attempt. Then how was he saved? That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Right. Can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? I want to know more about... Oh, wait.
Objection!
That's not his hand. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the seance vision appears to be gloved. I believe you are right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Very well, I will tend to focus a bit more on what the deceased saw. Perhaps that will help refine the seance vision. Who's that? There was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? It means that Dirk's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. It was planted. Somebody could have even put them there after the fire.
Objection!
All you have is pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. Therefore, it stands to reason that Dirk was the one who used the lighter.
Objection!
It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, using the information in my father's final memories. Either way, it seems I must revise my insights. Wait, hold on. I want to see if I have anything in the court record that will... Because we saw that...
Objection!
I think that's Inga, right? Wait, then this means that the real culprit is... The figure in this vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around the wrist gives their true identity gives their true identity away. That design, it can't be. This will prove just whose hand was captured in the seance vision.
Take that!
That photo, so you do believe the culture to be... The Justice Minister Inga had cuffs with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cuffs of justice, correct? Yes, I hear they're a traditional part of a Karainese Justice Minister's attire. Well, what does this tell us? It tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than the Karain's late Minister of Justice, Inga Karkul Karain. No, not my father. He's not your father. Dirk is your father. So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one. Justice Minister Inga? So then, they've been right all along. Wait, who's saying hold it? Nayuta? What you've proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Karain was not the Minister of Justice. What? Who was it? The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You, Queen Garan! What? Oh right, she served as the Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence? It's you, isn't it? This is madness! Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara? That's why she tried to assassinate her? I find this very hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question.
Such insolence!
Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. What do you mean? You do not deny it then? You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs? Oh, Nayuta, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were cleared of all charges, it shall be I who decides Rayfa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now, kneel before me and fulfill your end of the bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nayuta! Nayuta, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? Here, the final piece of evidence you left behind has released Nayuta from his suffering, and now he's finally free. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wait for my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our Father's Creed.
A dragon never yields.
I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garan. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution! Insolent fool. Now even you prattle on about revolution? Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, it seems we're finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Garan's guilt, we could continue down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, your Majesty, for the cusp could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof of anything. Well, I believe you're right. But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you have me review? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I have got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Sadmati has retracted his confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it's clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan, the defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkul Kurain. But do you have any evidence, defense? Evidence that will prove Garan was the killer. There's still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is Mr. Inga's final memories. In them, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of their disguise? Hey, you're right! A lot of blood would have splattered onto the killer, so the blood-soaked clothes would have to been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then...
Objection!
I was wondering what absurd idea you thought next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now.
Objection!
Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes. On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa! You would not dare! When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not. So maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard.
Objection!
The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes. I admit no clothing was found. So you do admit that you were merely speculating. Chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing just doesn't disappear like that. If Garan wasn't carrying any clothes, she must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. Where they'd never be found, huh? I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here.
Take that!
It's still in the tomb. The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well, where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden?
Take that!
Of course, that makes perfect sense. The clothes weren't simply hidden, they were returned to where they belonged. Ah! And by that you mean, the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there! Yes, of course. At the time of the minister murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus, so the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right. Before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body.
Objection!
So what? This is all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. The blood. This?
Take that!
That proves the clothes were used in the course of the murder, does it? No? Okay, I guess I was wrong. Oh! Oh! Oh, right! Okay, no, I get it now. He wasn't shot in the arm.
Take that!
The bloodstains on Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There is also blood spatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood spatter came from...
Take that!
If the killer wore those clothes during the murder, then the blood spatter must have come from the Minister Inga. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure, though. Let's get those stains analyzed right away. Indeed. This may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? Other than Garan hiding those clothes does not exist. No, it's just not possible, Your Eminence. I recall you saying the following. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Ah! That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent! Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the only one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm! You dare accuse me, the ruler of Khura'in? Do not think for one moment that such impudence will be tolerated. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. I wish that was true in real life. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. I knew it! I knew it was a queen. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother, who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be, can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by this court as having supported a criminal, and the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But he was... well, that law is so broad that anyone be convicted under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am conflicted, and yet as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. As you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really tastes the cake. Now what? What can you do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges, so let us leave all thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to just let her off scot-free? And yet I don't see any other choice. Don't worry about me. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward, I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it! Accuse Queen Garan of the crime she has committed. But...
such insolence!
What you speak of is not a revolution. Not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign, and Rayfa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? If you would still insist on accusing me, then as ruling sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. All who imperil the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders. What? Immediate execution? Do you still not comprehend? Then let me be clear for the sake of this kingdom's future, and in accordance with the laws of Khura'in, I command that you be put to death at once. Watch, they're gonna arrest, oh no. Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is the Grand Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now, if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall be put to death. But since Queen Amara is still alive, you are no longer queen. Well, I'm arriving at a certain interesting time. Yes, you are. Hello, Sunny. I hope you're doing well.
Objection!
Oh, come on. This is insane. Even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are certainly important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. What? Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What about how many times you've said that we would go to the hell? Shut the fuck up, Nayuta. How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? How can I ever bring her to justice? Is this really how this all ends? It is your life or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot vote for both. It is time to cease this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse Queen Garan? I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena? The worst of times are when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You never fail to surprise me, Apollo. And Nayuta, you know what that creed we've known ever since we were kids? A dragon never yields. Apollo. They are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one, but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix that shall scatter the clouds, hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your death-defying bluff. Bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling? Even in the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear, or even the law, force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there is another saying in my country, the truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He was wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spiders and mobilizing silk dragons. You won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path before us. Revolution! The time to make Dirk's dream a reality is upon us! Your Eminence, if you are the law here in Khura'in, then your very existence is wrong! Does your desperate, bleeding no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Garan is going to execute us on the spot, under the DCA, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her. Right here, right now. Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow you to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. We'll be fine. Our trump card! Our trump card! The Founder's Orb! If I accuse Garan, Naruto will be subject to the DCA, which means he will be put to death in accordance with the law. So the only way out of this is to dethrone Garan right now. Could this be too? Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and in Khura'in's future. In light of Garan's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga couldn't have channeled the Founder, even after abducting Miss Faye. After all, Inga didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founder is only known to those who become Queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Garan and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the founder. So that begs the question, why is Goran so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Goran is obsessed with the orb because she can't channel spirits herself. Could it be? It's hard to believe, but if she wants spiritual power, does that mean Goran can't channel spirits? That would explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she let Amara live? To stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So if Goran can't channel spirits, she'd have no claim to the throne. Goran's Defense Culpability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but if she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act, all of the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one! Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, your majesty. Why is Queen Goran so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let Queen Amara live? And why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core! I still do not follow, Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can't actually channel spirits, can you? What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Khura'in, the ability to channel spirits is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen, but your Eminence, if you were so incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Grand Royal Guard, you seem to be rather enamored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power, but what if she had none? What if she were just an ordinary person, a pretender to the throne? That's crazy talk, impossible! Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen. Such blasphemy! On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Goran, if you think I'm just out to defame you, then prove it! Prove it by using...
Take that!
Prove it with the Founder's Orb! All the conditions for summoning the Founder should be in place. With the Orb, we know what the Founder looks like. And as Queen, you should know what the Founder's name. Now, if you would, your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Oh, to witness her Eminence great power with our own eyes? The Holy Mother will appear before us? Oh, praise be your Eminence. May your mighty spiritual power show us the way. Now you're trapped. Enough, I say, you mindless cretins. Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
You have no lawyers. Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. You can thank your DCA for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. You're summoning her holiness so she may guide us. I have heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you! If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, your Eminence! You sneaky, underhanded wretch of a lawyer! That reminds me, you said something to this effect earlier. It is time to seize this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all things she has said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo, teach this deceitful, putrid queen a lesson she won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to seize this insanity. Goran! Your reign of terror ends here! What the hell are the... what the hell are the Royal Guard doing? That's a lot of stutter, your majesty! Very well. Demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simple enough. Behold, the magnificent power to commune with the dead. O great spirit of the Founder, who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Here he comes. You look constipated, Queen. Going so hard it had a shockwave. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, spirit of the Founder, grace us. The time is now, I beseech you. Appear before us. Heed my call. Founder, please. I don't feel anything. Do you? No, wait. I was just warming up. The rite actually starts from now. Look. Oh, she's speaking in Koreanese. Holy mother. Damn, don't bump your head. We still need to prosecute you, bitch. Prosecutor Sanmari, how is her eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is a holy mother. I see, but her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Sadly, she seems to unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. Hey, Artix! Hi, how are you? And what, if I may ask, was her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inga in order to prevent his coup d'etat, but what of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago? Just got off work? Hey, welcome back! How about you? I'm doing good. Well, we just proved that the current queen of the regime is actually a pretender to the throne, and now we just dethroned her. So yeah, we're doing good. To become queen herself, maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult of personality upon fears and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants. So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? What I don't understand is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place. Especially 14 years ago, before Rayfa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Garan think she was dead? While she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan. My mother is a gentle soul by nature, and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That is why she acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. And since Rayfa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rayfa's servant, Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Prosecutor Sanmari has been cleared of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, as has Mr. Dirk Sanmari in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. How then? I think it is high time I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Narita Sanmari. Yakuza Phoenix, right? Yeah, that's what everyone's been saying. It's so funny. The prosecutor's bench is empty. Birdie. Yeah, I love the results of this trial, like in Quran. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I proved your innocence. Now you're just smiling again? And that revolution you've always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. Now the revolution is in full force. High Court of Khura'in, accused lobby. Way to go, Apollo! I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. I know, right? I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. With what weapons? Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go ballistic after a while there, Athena. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Oh, it's always the ladies, right? We had Susato, Maya, and now Athena getting ready to brawl. Fine job out there, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Oh, by the way, Artix, if you see that badge on Apollo, not Apollo, Phoenix's collar, it's cardboard. That badge is cardboard. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually learned a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There's one taking the slash more than getting them, giving them. Yes, he has. How many times he's been whipped, had coffee thrown at him, has had his arm like basically constrained by Nayuta's beads. He's fallen off a bridge, and only gotten sick, by the way. What else? He's been, oh, you're right, he's been hit by a car. He's been hit by a car head on and crash landed into a telephone pole, and he only sprained his ankle off of that. He's a sturdy dude. Who the hell's your daddy? But you stuck, I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up, but you stuck it. Dude has max toughness, I know, right? And he stuck it out to the end and came away triumphant by sheer force of will and inner strength. Oh yeah, he's also been punched and beaten by Rafa. Inner strength forged in countless trials. You overcame the most desperate and hopeless situation I've ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You've really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities and his journey. Really? Aren't you exaggerating? Just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. Now it's Athena's turn. But what about me, Nick? My channeling's come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in 2 major crimes already. Yeah, and 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nayuta, and of course, Dirk. That was pretty cool, Polly. Hey, Trucy, you're here! Trucy, what are you doing here? It's magic! I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in Mr. Edgeworth's suitcase trick. What? That would certainly explain why my suitcase was so heavy. Edgeworth, tell me you'd at least notice it was heavier than usual. Trucy, do you even have a passport? My magic panties are extra-dimensional space. It's like a mini-universe in here. I can produce a passport, drop my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. She doesn't have her passport. Horned head, barbed head. Not notice a full-on woman and she's 17! She's still a child. She somehow stowed away. By the way, they chartered a private plane. So that's still large. I mean, some people are light. Trucy's light. I'm forever in your debt for what you've accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. Hey, it's pathetic, I know. It's not pathetic, that's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Khura'in. And that decision was yours and yours alone. That's right, all we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. Also, I want to know if Trucy stowed away in Edgeworth's luggage, What happened to Edward's actual luggage? Did he not bring clothes? I see. So I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. Sure, bounce back quick. So your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins. That you are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara. Yes, my mother, her eminence told me. She said it was part of my disciplining. Cravat. And cravat, yeah. If you call it that. Sounds more like blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you're the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable. Or should I say, my former mother. Sounds like there are no love lost there. But you cleared Dirk's name. My true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Khura'in? You lost your queen, so her benevolence, Princess Rayfa, will ascend to the throne. Naida, but she can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as regent on her behalf, until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sut. What? Is she going to say what I think she is? What are you looking at, you horn-headed nincompoop? Yow! In any event, I will be assisted by Naida and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It is a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day, but for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So she's fine! She's going to be alright? Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. Good thing the Royal Guard sucked at shooting. You did it, AJ! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Naida beat the charges against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot! The revolution? Dirk, I guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir! There's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. And the name of Follow Justice will go down in Khura'inese history. Yeah, right. Oh, Naida, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. Wish to give me something. As Dirk's third son. This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the States, and I know you're a prosecutor and all, but as the man who's going to change Khura'in, it's only right that you have it. To change Khura'in. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo, I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Why? There's something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? Oh, sure. So, why'd you bring us here, Naida? Apollo, I want you to stay here in Khura'in. What? But why? We have lost our queen, and our kingdom stands at a crossroads. Most of all, will need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes a reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to... Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer, and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Khura'in's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? That's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ, you know what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together! You must be taken aback by my sudden request, but please give it some thought. Of course, I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the right end of the agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a bit short on firepower without you around, but hey. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena, I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it won't be the same without you, and everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Aw, still, if you really wanted to say... Yeah, Athena's right. It won't be easy, but... Aw, Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Know that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Right Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Khura'in and help Nayu to rebuild the legal system? Personally, I think you should stay in Khura'in. Like, they need you. The bus to the airport will be here any minute. Wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Khura'in? I bet he was up all night thinking. This is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. Guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey, guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Please don't tell me you're leaving. Phew, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does it mean you're coming home with us? Nope. Well, about that. Mr. Wright. Yes, I've made up my mind. Here it is, the moment of truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I decided to stay in Khura'in. You're staying? But I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Plus, I want to teach others everything you've taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Dirk's roadmap for the future, and your teachings, I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Never felt prouder. Proud to have such an amazing attorney working under me, but someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Will you really see you again, Apollo? You bet! Not that I have any idea how long it'll be, but I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing, and I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you. So knock him dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. Aw, I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm going to support your choice all the way. By the way, they're half-siblings. Thanks, Trucy. Good luck with your magic act. I know you'll do Grammari proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. But don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. Maybe change your hairstyle. In other words, game on? You bet. And I'm gonna win. I'm gonna miss you too, Apollo, but I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, there's our bus. Guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. The legacy of those who came before us is handed down from parent to child. And from mentor to disciple. We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. All that we've been taught, beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us, we must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on to the next generation.
Are you really sure you're okay with him staying, boss?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the nest someday.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Just a little. Got it. Huh?
Why don't we go and
Hi,
check
Kate.
it out, AJ?
Childish awkward worth being slept on. Yeah, he is. Hi, Kate. Hi. What was this childish song, Isaiah? Toot toot chugga chugga big red car. Nah. That there's no way that's actually a song. Very little since I'm home while you're streaming. Aw, I appreciate that, Kate. We're actually almost done, so you've arrived at the perfect time. Whew! What an end. What a final case. Alright. Go on, Mr. Hat, introduce yourself. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I want to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. If Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. Very fierce rivals, you know? I can't let him hog the spotlight. It's just not the same without Polly, is it? Yeah, I kind of miss him too. I know, we should go visit him in Khura'in. So, yeah, we finished the story. Aw, look at the puppy! See Mr. Justin in action, I got thinking, what can I do for Khura'in? Then it came to me, tourism. That's what! I'll develop Khura'in's tourism industry and bring in more visitors. I'll roll out a night tour centered on the Founder's Orb. Oh, I'm make a museum dedicated to Divine Dragons. Oh boy, this idea just keep on coming. I like all the gimmicks. I'm glad that we got to do the Cyclops again. I wish we could use them in court, but I don't think we'll ever be able to do that. Australian called the Wiggles. Oh, it's the Wiggles! Never mind, I understand. Prosecutor Sanmari says he has need of me. So starting tomorrow, I'll be working in Khura'in for a while. Look at it this way, it's sure to be an educational experience. True, plus I can't let that kid show me up either. I'll see what I can do for Khura'in's revolution. Well, challenges have a way of helping people grow. I look forward to our next investigation upon your return. Darn that poor head face. Ever since he revealed the secret behind the teleportation trip, show requests have totally dried up. Be out on the street if we don't find some work soon. Maybe we should take Trucy up on our offer. Then we can make our debut as magicians at the right anything agency. Shut up! I'm not gonna show her up. I'm gonna show her up first one day. I wish we had more time with the wristband. I wish we had more time with the Mood Matrix. Like, please give us some regular, like. Oh, it's Believe! Khura'in is just like this child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. I have faith that Dirk and my darling Trust will watch over them both. Have no fear, we'll see Dirk's legacy through to the end. The puzzle streams come back? Maybe. Behold, that's Pose! Oh, it sounds like a little Beta? Maybe. There's so many games that I really want to. I still have in the backlog, like the whole Resident Evil series. I have all the games except for Requiem. There's that, and then we have the No Escape series. But yeah, maybe I'll do some puzzle streams when I come back. Like puzzle streams from time to time. Ah, Bucky, how dare you deliver my order in such a sorry state? Don't be mad, son. I mean, there was a huge party at my shop yesterday, but your ship still tastes fine. Here, try some. Don't run away with the soba, you great big pillock. I just lost my appetite because of you. It's hard to find good health these days. What'd you say, old chum? Who are you talking to? Who are we? Now that's a question for the ages. Who am I? That trial the other day really inspired me. I've created a Rakugo routine based on Shisho's case. It's It's a mystery story that'll keep flipping this audience, thinking on its head. It's called The Scary Udon Noodle. You're giving away too much in the title. Keeping the Tornado School going is our way of paying penance and paying our debt to Shisho. And that includes Rakugo training for that kid. Aw. Did we finish the game? There's still a special episode. There's still a special episode left. And that will... Hold on, how long? With my newfound mobility, even ancient ruins and fancy Tomb Raider traps are no match for me. By the way, she used this, the university where my father works is letting me help with the dig. One day, I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization dedicated to him. Aww. Let's see, hold on. Spirit of Justice. How long is... Okay, it'll probably take a full day. Oh, it's Pearls! Super busy now that I'm the head of the Fate Clan. Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Kurain Village. Yeah, how about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like the city girls wear? Oh, look, it's all grown up now. I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. Yeah, we'll probably spend a day to do the special episode, and then that'll be it for this whole game. Now that you have stopped being Nana, I want a new Nana. I wonder if there would be anyone willing to serve you in that capacity. You're quite a handful after all. I am. With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. Upon you, you're a Grand Priestess of Kurain. You're not, Reva. You'll have plenty of time in which to make amends. Perhaps you could start with one of your favorite shoulder rubs. Aww. I'm glad that Amara didn't die. Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Even worse, she trembles and her face turns red when she speaks to me. What have I done to deserve such animosity? While it is true I am a merciless within the Hall of Justice, to be given such a dismissive name is entirely uncalled for. Oh, what am I to do? Perhaps I shall consult Apollo about this. I mean, she wants to call you Big Brother, but she can't. It's okay. And technically, because Dirk, Dirk practically adopted Apollo's. You, Apollo, and Rafa are siblings now. It's fine. And the special we investigated her murder, and you spoke too soon. No! Refused. How's he doing, Mr. Wright? Wait, he's a respectable lawyer in his own right. Wait, who are we talking to? He has called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this. Oh, La Mirror! Oh, photo. Oh, he's talking La Mirror. Jove. Aw. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they've both grown into fine young people now. Yes, you're right. Perhaps it's about time they knew. Basically, okay, so if y'all aren't aware, Trucy and Apollo Justice are actually half-siblings. Both by the same mother, La Mirror. She was a woman in the fourth game. She said she lost her memory, but she remembered it, and so she basically married twice. She lost Jove in the fire, and then she lost her husband in the beginning of the fourth game, basically. But yeah, she is the parent of both Trucy Wright and Apollo Justice. And I wish that they would have told them. So yeah, my thoughts on this. I wish there were more puzzles about this, right? I really like the puzzle parts. Like the the Cyclops, the Moon Matrix. I actually personally like the Moon Matrix above all else. The bracelet was fun. The seance was actually pretty fun to do. What else is there? Oh, this part, the DID part, actually kind of pissed me off. Because the only time we actually ever got DID working, like, was when they were talking about Owen. They were like talking. So I don't per use TikTok, but I do know it's a lot of TikTok news, and there's a lot of DID fakers out there on TikTok, right? That pretend that like it's a fucking skit, like where there's multiple characters that play that talk to each other. Patches, Wind, and what the courtesan in the personalities, they act like those DID fakers. The only time I actually considered the DID to take place is the one in with Owen, right? The fourth personality, the one that they have no awareness of. And I was like, yeah, that's actually how DID is supposed to work. Not like as if like they're all aware of each other. Like, it's born out of trauma, but my friends, that's and I got really heated about that. Oh. I can't believe. Wait, dear Mr. Right, I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to. Oh, it's probably a mail from Apollo to Right. Dear Mr. Oh, it's gonna say it outright anyways. I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say, it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Have you not given the autopsy report, even a cursory glance, Mr. Justice? It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now, though I probably shouldn't have accepted all 15 at the same time. What are you doing? Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Khura'in's legal system or not? If you are, we need to move through this case backlog faster. Yeah, I know, but... Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. Huh? I do have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I told them to contact you. It will add about 16 clients to your caseload. Poor dude, huh? Now wait, just 1 minute. I haven't been handling out advertisements for your new office. They read from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking for a limited time only. These services and more are free down at Justice Law Office. Huh? I have already received requests from 380 new clients. Good Lord! I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? You need more people. I trust you didn't your cords of steel exercises this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Did you... Wait, hold... Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Okay, so wait. 15, 10, so that's 25, and then she said 16 more, so that's... Oh, I think you've already calculated it. 16, that's... 15, 10, 25, 16, 41, plus 380. So yeah, 421 clients. You got it right, Kano. Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. Excuse you, that's your adopted brother. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. Objection! It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but one I'll never tire of.
Objection!
So yeah, that's the end. We We revolted and toppled a whole regime. Think loud. Okay. All right. That's it for today. I had a lot of fun, right? The Divination Seance was really fun to play. Hopefully, right? Hopefully we get another Ace Attorney game. That will utilize that'll utilize this, right? Oh, you know what'd be so cool? Ace Attorney, more Ace Attorney. We get to use the spirit Divination Seance. We get to use the Mood Matrix. We get to use the bracelet. We get to use the Cyclops, and we get to use Edgeworth's Mind Chest. That'd be super cool. But until then, I hope everyone takes care of themselves. I hope everyone has a great day, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. And as always, please remember to take care. Please take care of yourself. And as always, I've forgotten my outro. I hope everyone has a great day, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. And as always, please take care of yourselves. And I will see you all in the next stream. All right. Come on, you have to use them all at the same time. That's what I'm asking for. That's what I'm asking for. I like, we've only got to use, like, sure, we got to use some of them in the game, like, probably, like, maybe the Cyclops and, like, the Divination Seance. We got to use the Divination Seance and the bracelet. We got to use. I've definitely used the bracelet and the Mood Matrix together. But like, let's use all four of them in a single episode, man. I mean, not a single episode, because basically we kind of had that here, except for the Cyclops maybe. But it'd be nice if we got to use it all in one court trial. You know. Yeah. Anyways, that's it for today's stream. Everyone, take care. It's time to scatter. Bye! Good night.